microphone is back on. I had filled up my Pepsi during the break. My glass is already over half empty. Thank you for the welcome backs from John and Sue and Kevin and Kananaska's Country and Susie. Appreciate that, you guys. That is awesome. And thank you, Linda, saying welcome back, Dr. Rebby. And Wonky Donkey saying welcome back, Doctor. I am the perfect irrigator, so I could be a moderator as a promotion. Irritator. I don't know if we want that, Trev. Where's the lava truck? Thanks, Kananaska's Country, as well as Jason and Michael and Sarah, Miles, Thirsty Doc. Yep, you bet. And Siba also here. Welcome. And let's see, did I miss anyone else? Michael Olson, of course, has popped in here. And of course, our wonderful DJ Puff the Third here doing his thing. Anyway. So what a lovely view, guys. I mean, I'm looking at the multi-screen shot here, and you know, I can honestly say I like it. It is really, really cool. Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, Dr. Rebby 2000. Something like that. I think that's what she's doing. I still don't know what she sounds like. I can't imitate her. Grandma B throws in, wow. Okay, hang on here. Grandma B throws in the first wonderful super chat, a $5 super chat. Thank you very kindly for your wonderful support, Grandma B. And Linda Schoof throws in a $50. Wow, Linda. Linda Schoof and throws in a $50 super chat. I was not expecting that. That's very kindly for a new lava truck and an AC unit. Okay, we'll work on that. Oh, thank you very kindly. That is an awesome super chat. And Linda's celebrating, and yeah, I would be too, hearing that your daughter is engaged to be married, and you know, the first time around for a marriage like that, actually I have to ask, is this your first child being married off there, Linda? That is just curious, because it's always a joyous thing, I think, especially for a mother. Sharon Stewart, wow, throws in Sharon throws in a $50 super chat. Stewart, and I'll put that down. We'll have to work on getting one a little quicker than I thought. We'll see what we can do. Oh, that is awesome. Very kind of you guys. I do already have some cash going towards it, but that'll help out. Linda inspired you. Okay, no, my last. She's been waiting for the right one. Oh, she's found the right one now. All right. Well, you know, it is still a very, very special occasion, regardless. You know, when you have one of your children going off to get married. You know, I haven't heard from mine, so I have no idea what the heck is going on with them, but I think especially for a mother, it's something wonderful for them. Dinkle Storm Chaser, Dutch Weather, Barbara also here. Welcome. It's for a mother, a special happening if the life, okay, if the daughter gets married. I know it. My daughter is getting married on September 6th. Congratulations, Barbara. And yeah, that is always a wonderful thing to see go on in their lives, and I hope the marriage, of course, is good and prosperous, and wonderful and lasts a lifetime. I think that's something that has gone by the wayside in many places, but you know, we back from our generation look at marriages as something that is a commitment for life, unless something weird goes on. But nowadays it's a little bit different, I think. I really don't know. I mean, I'm getting older and not looking at it as much, I guess, to see what that younger generation is doing. And, you know, we already look at going back in time quite a ways there. So anyway, let's get back to the volcano, though, and that is a very, very lovely thing going on. And of course, as we discussed earlier, we talked about the wonderful break that we had on the north side of the crater wall this morning, where it spilled out a bunch of lava. From my best guesses, it was a partial break of the wall, somewhere around half of the wall, or a half the height of the wall snapped open, and it wasn't as anywhere near as big as the western breach that we had, by far. I mean, the western side, really, the walls just completely blew out. But as you can see, that volcano put itself back together again very quickly, as we knew it would. It's just a matter of how quick, and it did a tremendous job on rebuilding. And of course, since this morning, it has rebuilt part of that back wall, the northern area, and that definitely is an inspiration to see, and hopefully we'll see it rebuild and gain some height. And that's what I want to see it do. I want to see this thing start to tower up a little bit. But of course, the girth, or the body down on below on the outsides, needs to get thicker and needs to get heavier to be able to maintain the vertical height. So we'll likely see more ramps being built like what we've seen over at Ragnar. And it will be interesting to see how this thing develops. And like, if we're looking down on the bottom right hand screen, let me see if I can make that one bigger, if I can find where it is. That might be this one here. Well, let's see if we can go to it. There we go. So like, you see that output right in here, and that of course is like, it used to spill out and come tumbling down. So there's a weak point in here, but you can also see all the way along here, that whole wall is very, very weak, perforated. Even along here, you can see a lot of hot spots. And when you see that, you kind of go, okay, this thing is full of holes. And those walls, if that back area patches itself up completely and we get a higher level of lava inside that cone again, those walls are really susceptible from that cut. By the way, that was a very nice splash of lava. That is awesome. I love seeing this. Wow. Dinkle Storm Chaser Dutch Weather threw in holes, or just a soft. Well, right now, those areas are just soft and glowing. Obviously, we know where the holes are. We can see the lava pouring out of these ones, right? But this whole edge here, it's been heated through, so that'll make it a lot softer than what is normally there. Anyway, writing this down. Dinko Storm Chaser. I should just write Barbara. It's so much easier. Thank you very kindly, Barbara, for gifting that one membership. And good to see that Russell Brainerd, I got it. And that's awesome. Congratulations, Russell. And thank you very much, Barbara, for gifting that one membership. That's awesome. Yeah, so looking at the screen, we do see these other lava flows pouring out fairly heavy, but the thing is, I don't know if there's another ridge here just along the edge that we might be seeing, or is this something, a little further away from the volcano? That would indicate that there would have to be some other holes in here if we're back a little ways from the wall with this outflow. And if that is the case, it's still going to be a weaker point all the way along here with the extra lava laying there. Wow, surprise for the bunnies and Pepsi. Awesome, awesome, that'll be awesome. I gotta write that down too. Barbara and €6 super chat. Thank you very kindly for the bunnies. And of course for Pepsi. That's very kind of you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I should take that break. Thanks a bunch, Barbara, is what Sharon says, and thank you for that wonderful support, you guys, and that is awesome. Anyway, let's get back over to the other screen, and I think I'll leave it there for the duration of the break. And I'm kind of wondering on this one if what we're seeing is some of this, or is there something else here that's just hiding behind some rocks we just cannot see. But we do see a bunch of holes along here where we are seeing some lava come out. And maybe we've got more perforations on the other side here. It's weakened it a bit. But the original lava tube, we can see that it is flowing here, and we are seeing some lavanados in that one. This other lava tube, of course, here, flowing down into the corner there, I'm guesstimating that that's kind of sitting in here, something like that, from this area. But again, we're not 100% sure to see exactly where it came from. But it is pretty awesome to see, so I'm going to leave it on this screen for right now. Did you guys see the dust devils? Yes, there are many of the people reported the dust devils today, and they were some awesome ones. As a matter of fact, during the break, or when the breakup was happening, there was a huge one off in the background, and I will try to maybe later recapture that for tomorrow. I didn't have time because of the system going down this morning, so there was no time at all. But I'll see what I can do if I can get that out of there and just copy that. That would be good. Hard to do while I'm streaming though. That's a part of the problem. I'd have to re-show it and recapture it at the same time. So that may not be an issue, but we'll give it a shot. We'll see what we can do later on after the stream. So always things happening. That's another first for Iceland. Oh, no, actually not, DJ. We've seen dust devils with Ragnar. But not big ones. The big one this morning was pretty wild. Yeah, yeah. Thomas is right. They were both at 21 and 22 eruption as well. Yeah, Guten Tag's video, awesome. Okay, I'm gonna go take that break, you guys. I know I'm pushing it a little bit here, but we're gonna take that break, and after the break, we'll have bacon seeds. So for all those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, and it looks like there's a whole bunch of you that haven't hit the like button, please give it a quick bop and help us out that way. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you can do that. Iceland, of Russia, there's also a volcano eruption. An island in Russia. Are you talking about Paramashir Island? Paramashir Island, just south of Kamchatka Peninsula, Barbara. That has been erupting for a while, and that may have ramped it up a little bit. I'm not sure what other ones might be in there for today. That would be Ibico and Paramashir Island. So Ibico, a volcano erupting. All right, cool. I'm going to go take that break. Keep smiling, play nice in the lava, hit that like button, and I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes with some bacon seeds. Don't go away. Thanks. the microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and John. And 5x5 from Matt. And I hear you, Dr. Fox, or sorry, Dr. Rebby 2000 from Sharon Stewart. Thanks, Siva, and thank you, Barbara, for the welcome back, Doc, and DJ. Thanks. Good to have you guys all on board. Anyway, lovely volcano viewing tonight there from Iceland. Of course, 16 minutes after midnight there, and 16 or 17 minutes after 6 p.m. here, 6 hours difference from me to there. Welcome back, Daddy Rebby. Aluminum lava trucks melt. All the lava trucks made of stainless have been melted down by Elon Musk for his rockets. Boy. Okay, Trev. You're going to have to find some, okay, there is one small old diesel tank on Siggy's farm. Do I acquire that? Well, don't say that out loud. It's dark out, nobody's going to see you, okay? Just do it quickly and quietly. And thank you, Kevin, as well, for the welcome back. And hi, Judy M. Cynthia says, we missed you, Dr. Fox 2000. Did you receive your, did you, yes, oh, of course I seen those up there. That is a wonderful, excellent support. And saying, shush. No shushing. We love this. It's a beautiful sight. And when we look at the multi-shot, and we are still seeing a very awesome 4 separate displays of the same volcano, slightly different angles, and very nice to be able to see that. Some really awesome lava flow happening there, and of course, you know, some people may call me crazy sometimes, but we know when I made this thing up, just jokingly, I knew what was going to happen. I don't want to sound weird here, but I was watching some other volcanoes that were on some fairly flat land, and one of the things that I did notice in past history is if they're in a flat place, they have a tendency to develop lava tubes, and I kind of thought it was fitting for the lava workers in Iceland that are continuing to drill lava pipelines and cause more pop out, and that is exactly what we're seeing. So John Raper heading for the bedtime thing, that is awesome. And welcome, Yona. Yona from Iceland. Thomas P is also from Iceland. Is Alex here? Alex might be here too. I don't know. He might be working. He's also in Iceland. And we do have some wonderful people from Iceland here. That is the location of this wonderful volcano. And some of them are actually fairly close. I think Iona is probably about 25 kilometers, maybe 30 kilometers at the most away from this volcano. So she lives fairly close to it. I'm not sure where Thomas is as far as Iceland is concerned, but Iona, yep, a little on the close side. The land of fire and ice, it is indeed, and it is a beautiful sight tonight for them and for us, and that is really nice, being able to see that. I just love that. That is gorgeous. A very nice flows, and real, I guess, I call it character when you see that. Thomas, yeah, get your ruler out and see how far you're away from the volcano. Just roughly. You can you can use a stick to measure it. Oh, hang on, you can't find sticks there. Yeah, that doesn't work. Sorry, bad humor. If you're Icelandic, you know what I'm talking about. A lack of trees. Lack of trees. It's windy, and of course somebody chopped them all down. Anyway, we are going to go take a look at some bacon seeds, you guys. So that is what it's a time for. And for those who aren't familiar with this show, bacon seeds have a special meaning. Of course, the lava that you see does look kind of like a bacon. If you get lost in the Icelandic forest, stand up. Oh, Thomas, that is awesome. I don't know if there was any place that was that low or that high that you would even be able to get yourself buried there. Anyway, bacon seeds time. For those who don't know, lava looks like bacon, and of course, where does bacon come from? Bacon comes from bacon seeds, and we are showing the finest bacon seeds here. And of course, Piggy sends in most of our wonderful bacon seeds, and she does such a good job at that. Piggy, of course, is kind of taking a little bit of time off there, just resting, and I'm hoping she's doing okay, but she did send some more, and let's see what she sent us today. Oh, I think she's too hot on the computer. That might be the problem. It's too hot for her. Bacon doesn't grow in Iceland. What? Doesn't grow on Icelandic trees? No. Icelandic trees don't grow in Iceland either. Not many, anyway. Actually, I heard Iceland used to be a complete forest land, except for where the volcanoes were. Here's some more bacon seeds. Oh, that one looking at bacon seed pictures and reading stories. That is interesting. I bet you that bacon seed must have been doing its thing. Only hot dogs and hot dog buns grow on trees. Ah, thanks for that clarification, Thomas. We definitely needed that. And next bacon seed. Another computer whiz. These are all computer whizzes. That is pretty cool. And who else we got? Yeah, they're hamming it up. The bacon tree existed. Yeah, and it got chopped down. Here's another bacon seed. And he's got a smile on his face. He's going for some testing or something. He's going to go do one of those tests where you can see how smart he is. And I'm wondering why this worker is wearing a panic button. Is she worried if the bacon seed gets away? I wonder. Panic. Anyway, smiley little fella. I don't think he's in any danger. Here's another. Well, if you, how do you get your tail stuck in the keyboard? And that is, of course, that little not guinea pig, a mini pig. Pretty awesome. 26 kilometers away from the eruption, Google Map has a ruler. Awesome, Thomas, 26. Yona, how close are you? You got to be a little bit closer, I think. I think Yona is maybe about 23 or something. Maybe Yona can figure that out, but I'm not going to worry about it. That's still pretty close, 26 clicks away from the Icelandic eruption. Pork computer splits. Yeah. Next one is this one. Oh, sitting in a real comfy chair and just enjoying some videos on YouTube. That is pretty awesome on the Apple computer there. Pretty cool. Little smoky. I don't know. Looks nice. Next one is, somebody's wearing a babushka. Keeping that sun off the top of the head so it won't get a sunburn up there. That is pretty nice. I like that. Neat looking little picture. Next one is this one. Somebody getting comfy in the bed and enjoying it. Obviously. That's the kind of style you need, where you've got a real comfy bed. And next bacon seed is this guy. Him too in bed. Okay. I got a nice smile on his face. I think he just got his blankets all ruffled up the right way. And maybe heading for some sleep. All right, we've got one more bacon seed for today. And here it comes. And that is another one in bed. Boy, these bacon seeds sure have very nice looking beds. Actually, that one's on the floor on a blanket, but still, that's still a nice looking blanket. Awesome to see. Awesome to see. Piggy and a blanket, and yeah, very neat stuff. And thank you, Piggy, for sending those wonderful bacon seeds in. If you happen to be listening and lurking, we really do appreciate that. As always, you've done a fantastic job. Let's get back to the volcano. And first thing I want to mention is I'm looking at how high that lava is in that volcano already. Is that backside repaired itself that much, and that it is holding that high of a level of lava? I think that backside may end up breaking again. We'll see what happens, and that is pretty wild. I don't know in the other views. I was trying to see where the heck that Vizar one was. That was a little more around the corner, but I didn't see it. So let's see if we can find that on one of these other ones here. I need to find the right screen to be able to get to it. Which one are we looking at? And that'd be this one. Let's see if we can find that other Vizar one. No, that's not this one. Not there. I'm not on the right one. Okay, just trying to locate it real quick. But what we'll do, actually, since we're there, we're going to go to this scene. It doesn't change for you till I change this. I thought that was kind of neat. Almost looks like Story Hooter is getting a little hot. A little bit of a glow coming off of the top of it. So if you were standing up there, you'd be able to see the eruption. That is pretty neat. Next view, of course, is that one. We've already seen that. That is giving us a little bit more of a view in the back here, of course, from the other cam. Not seeing that much extra new fresh lava. We know that a cone is full, so anything is possible. We, of course, know this view. While we're going through, this one, of course, is of a Katla. You can't see it. I'm trying to see if we had good enough weather there that we could see Katla today. And I really don't think we did. So, yeah, not a very good weather there. Lots of people out, but not good visibility. So we'll leave that, even if we go back just about all the way to the morning. Ooh, hey, they got a wedding happening down on the bottom left there. Somebody's getting married. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, they're gonna do it. I think they're gonna do it. Oh no, they're getting hitched. That's mist from the volcano over Katla. Really? And that is wild. Are are you for real there, Thomas? Is that actually some of that mist going there? It's a wedding. Yes, crying. Everybody's crying. Okay. Poor guy. Yeah, for real? Okay, thanks, Thomas. So that is a volcanic mist. They're getting married in volcanic mist. That is awesome. And they should have gotten married in front of the volcano. That would have been more fitting. But I guess the site is closed. Let's put this back on live, and we wish them the very best. So just not to be mean. All right, let's make that one smaller because we don't need that one running. This one is kind of neat. You can see this, of course, is from the Reykjanes Peninsula. And we can see a very slow billowing from the steam geyser today and from the power plant. And you can actually see some little venting happening there. So kind of, we haven't seen that for a while. Kind of neat. And we can see the lights of Grindavik. And we can see the 2 radio towers. And we can see glow in the background from our wonderful Rebbe eruption, as well as you can see the steam from over at the other power plant and of course the Blue Lagoon. So that is a pretty awesome sight today. Next one is this one. This is up on is it Thorbjorn, just north of, sorry, just south of our wonderful Blue Lagoon and the power plant. And of course you can see that wonderful glow up there in the sky as well. So very, very cool. So up in Thorbjorn, and looking very, very neat. And this one, of course, over from the Perlin Center, looking at the backside of Keilir and the glow happening around it. Being lurking and doing laundry. Metal Omi 54, awesome and welcome. Glad to have you on board. Silversmith is saying why. I don't know why he's saying why. Another one bites the dust. What a bit the dust. As far as the marriage, yeah. Never mind. That's a bad. Anyway, beautiful views tonight, and of course, let's get this back on to where we want it. And I'm trying to pick the right screen here. Yeah, I guess we can leave it on that shot for that one. I'm still looking for the one that I really wanted, but I couldn't find it. Maybe it's in this group. I have them opened in multiple places here, so sometimes it's not the easiest to navigate through some of the volcanoes. And not that view, and not this view. Okay, we'll put that back. All right, I'll find it eventually. I know it's got to be somewhere. Darn it, where is it? Not this one either. Okay, that's another different one. I found the Vizar view. All right, let's see if that'll come up now. It did on the bottom left-hand side. So there you can see the back end of that volcano, the north side. I have to get that full screen somewhere. Where the heck is it? It's got to be somewhere that I can put that. Nope, not that one. What if I do this? I could maybe sneak it in here. Let's just do something kind of funny. I know I went back a little bit. I'm just trying to grab another display screen here and make this work. Give me a sec. And there. Okay. Now I'll be able to put it on that one as well as a separate thing, and let's put that back on alive. That way we can see it. Now if we go back a little bit, we can see that during this is at 2151, You can see the lava in the back there. That's what's dribbling out on the north side. If we go back a little bit further, we can still see it. It had quite a pour, but yeah, it did fix itself up. And you can see it wasn't broken that far down in the back. You can see the height of it. Obviously, that's fixed itself up and ended up closing off a whole bunch. So, what is that smoke? Which smoke? The smoke coming up here, that is from the volcano, and the other smoke is from the moss fires there, Maria. And welcome, Siggy. Glad to have you on board. And diamonds. No, it's not diamonds. But this, of course, being from earlier. And if we go back a little bit more here, this was a lot of moss fire stuff. This was still while it was burning, and you can see that outflow in the back there. And of course, a lot of that stuff in this area got burned. Volcanic gas dispersion. Okay, I will have a look at that in a minute. It is actually a time for me to go take a break. And of course, our wonderful Siggy is here. Siggy is one of the good owners of that wonderful volcano that we're observing. And of course, he's, well, he owns, he's one of the family members that owns the land. So pretty awesome. Hey, look, what is that? UFO. Ah, no, it's a chopper with a water bucket. Okay, so they were working on keeping some of the moss fires down a little bit more. That is pretty cool. Anyway, nice to be able to see that camera in there as well. We're going to put that one back on live. Let's see if that is now in. Yes, it is. Okay, I'm going to go take our Coast Guard chopper. It is Coast Guard chopper. I'm going to go take a break, you guys. Play nice in the lava. There's a lot of it there. The breakout from yesterday started the fires back up. Yeah, it did, Siggy. From this morning's flow really did a nasty job. I guess it'd be yesterday now, Icelandic time, but yeah, definitely. And of course, we've seen it burning this morning. It was pretty wild. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for those good people who are here, if you haven't yet hit that like button, please help us out. Give it a quick bop. And of course, I'm going to go for a break. If you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. That'd be really awesome as well. And on those friendly notes, I'm going to go take a break. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Keep smiling and not too many cookies. Inlet. Oh, he's talking about some inlet. I don't know why you posted that, Siggy, but maybe I just let them know what it's about, and that would be a little bit better. That way they know whether they want to go there or not. All right, I'll be back. Thanks. And there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. And wow. Anyway, thanks for the welcome backs. I'm trying to get myself back on the other screen here. Thanks, Sue and Trevor saying welcome back, Daddy Rebby. Thanks. And thanks, Kevin. And what's going on? Somebody good luck with that? Okay, I hear you, Dr. Rebby 2000. That is awesome. Thanks, Sharon Stewart. And DJ holding up a mic and a fox. I guess the foxes are back. We missed you, Dr. Fox 2000. All right, Cynthia. Robert Booton also here. I think Rebby is teaching his brother Ragnar how to build a proper shield volcano. You know, that might be a thought, Robert. You got to get those cake layers just right to build and grow. And every once in a while, you got to spill it and just make it happen. Get it all around. But so far, I'm really amazed at how much lava this thing is continuing to put out on basically a daily basis. It really hasn't nulled down to nothingness. So we are, of course, on day 15, and beautiful to see that. Now, one of the things that if we're comparing it to a Ragnar, it did go up and down. What did the fox say? Water. Yeah. Okay. Water. I'm trying to pronounce that properly, DJ. Waru. Something, I don't know. Current output is about 8.5 cubic meters per second. I thought Yvonne said it's somewhere around 10 this morning when I seen what she had written. But if it's somewhere right in between there, not a surprise. That looks like a reasonable amount. 8.5 to 10 cubic meters per second is quite an output for a volcano like this. And obviously we're seeing quite a bit of lava flowing, so there has to be something happening there. I'm almost tending to lean towards the upper side of that number, though, possibly about 10 cubic meters per second output. But you never know. We're not there to actually measure it, so kind of hard to guesstimate as to how that is happening. I would like to see a surge like a Ragnar did. Well, I think we'd all love to see some of those fantastic blasts that came out of Ragnar, where we had 300 meter high lava plumes, 200 or 300 meters, and that would be incredible. You would definitely be able to see that from Reykjavik. And I think that is pretty wild if we could see that. That would definitely be flying over top of Kalir's obstruction of this volcano from there. So that would be really, really cool. Let's see. And height-wise, I'm going to stay away from that one. We don't know right now. The experts were saying, of course, it was somewhere 33 to 35 meters in height. That would put it up to about 100 feet. Now, it's, of course, built up, broke down, that kind of thing. So we don't know exactly where it's at. That opening in the backside, of course, on the north end there, that was the highest point, and it actually broke out. So I don't know where we're at right now with measurements. Toss some Taco Bell volcano sauce in there. That might be a thought. Thor says, good morning, Dr. Good morning, Fox and chat. Welcome, Thor. Glad to have you on board. And of course, yeah, we are watching the lovely lavaness come out of this. And just to get a better idea of what's coming out the back end there, you can see over there, there's a fair little plume still, or draining coming out of there, but it has fixed itself up, so we're not seeing a gaping hole back there. Unfortunately, this picture isn't the best, but that is pretty cool. And then, of course, we've got plenty of other lava flow happening. This, of course, is the, I think it's a VolcanoX that I'm looking at, and we see that in the back there. So, pretty cool. Next view, of course, is the other one from MBL here. And you can definitely see that lava churning, and it is a beautiful sight. I'm surprised the walls are holding together as well as they are, even though we did have a breakout this morning. And of course, this is another different angle from a roof, and beautiful views. I still like this one as the best here. This one, of course, showing what we've got. Thanks, Thor, for renewing that membership. That is awesome. We had a crested gecko hatch hatched the other night. We thought he was gonna pop before Iceland did, but he waited till last night. So we named him a Ragnar. Cool. A Ragnar the lizard, or gecko. A gecko named Ragnar, and that is pretty cool. Awesome. Crested gecko. Okay. That sounds better. And no, it wasn't a crested cockatiel. But protect that little gecko. That cockatiel might go after it, or the cats. You don't want that to happen. A little snack. Anyway. Yep. It's a lizard. Lizard relative. Anyway, looking at that is a beautiful cone, you guys. I just have to say that. It's absolutely gorgeous. And 4-minute warning, thank you, Sue. Boy, time sure is flying today. And it's still hot in here. Actually, I've got it 2 degrees, or sorry, a 0.2 of a degree less in here. It's no longer 34, it's now 33.8. So we are indeed cooling off. And I can feel the difference. Not. It's all this lava, and these screens are hot, emitting heat from the volcano. Wow, let it grow, let it grow, let it grow. And yeah, you know, if this thing does continue for a prolonged period, we do have things like height and so on to consider. One of the things, of course, is if this volcano does continue for, say, 6 months, it's going to be a completely different story as to where the flow would go. You know, it may have built up enough height by then that it will get over that northern ridge that's a little bit higher. And if it does that, then we've got the potential of it flowing the opposite direction, and north and west, of course, downhill towards the highway. I doubt that would happen, but that is a possibility in the long run. Kevin gifted 1 month membership there, and Meta Sullivan got that. Congratulations, Meta. And Kevin Haynes gifted 1. That is cool. Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate that. Appreciate your wonderful support. And I'm hoping that you're enjoying the show. Anyway, yeah, it is a pretty awesome view, you guys. And I just love seeing this. This is a tremendous amount of lava, and if I stare at the volcano too long, of course I get that hypnotic feeling, and we don't want to do that, otherwise I won't be able to do the show. Anyway, it is time for me to go take a break, and so after the break we will get into our volcano report. Hang on, I gotta sneeze. Uh-oh. Excuse me. I didn't mean to sneeze. Austin, welcome, and good morning from Indonesia. Welcome on board. Sorry about the sneezing. Anyway. Okay, Trevor's going. Trev, good night. You take care, and we'll see you tomorrow, likely. All right, I'm going to go take that break, ladies and gentlemen. So I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Keep smiling. For those who have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. And Siggy, if you're listening, the music is about to come on. So the good stuff, the bad stuff, not yet. Anyway, that should be good. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. Okay, and that microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Henry and Kevin. And DJ's throwing out fruit. Oh, a yummy roast duck. Thank you, Sue. And Cynthia saying, we missed you, Dr. Fox. And Michael Olson saying, welcome back as well. Awesome, you guys. And we're going to continue on with the show. I did load something up that some of you who have been here for a long time have seen before. But some of you that haven't, this will be interesting to you. Before we get into doing volcano reports, take a look at that photo, and of course that photo that you see on the left hand side there, or sorry, right hand side, is basically up top is where Iceland is sitting. This is the plume that comes up underneath Iceland. This is the hot spot, and this is where you get to enjoy watching it from many kilometers below. You can see the rise of it, and of course they're thinking that that is coming from the westerly direction. Looks like a roast beef. Well, I don't know about roast beef, but it is absolutely a decent shot. That of course is the model of the plume model at the Iceland Lava Center, and that is kind of what it looks like. If you're looking at the very top of the picture, you can see the outlay of how the island is sitting there, and you can certainly see some of the wonderful lava spots that could be affected by it. So that is and I see Christian, I see you there, thanks. And I know you were kind of asking about that playlist. I don't have the playlist. It's just in there. I don't know if I can save it, if it'll show who plays what. Okay, let's not be gross here. This, of course, is the lava plume that is basically feeding Iceland's volcanoes. And that is the photo that we've got there. So that is from the Iceland Lava Center. And that really hasn't changed much. So a pretty neat looking shot. Let's leave that be, though. And we wanted to get on to our volcano report. I've got all kinds of different stuff here that have been popping in, so I want to kind of take a look and see what we've got here. Okay, and that I'll have to see if we can put that up later. It talks about the gases. Thanks for sending that one in. There, who was that that sent it? Thomas, thank you. And I'm looking at other things here that came in. But we want to get at the volcano report now, and we'll take a look at what else was in that report. We'll leave it on this screen, I think, or do you want it maybe on the multi-screen while I do the report? That's kind of the multi-screen there. Looking pretty awesome. Bottom left, of course, is I believe is the VSAR camera giving us a shot of the little further on the northern side of that. The back of that cone on the right hand side of it, of course. Off to the Lurkers Lounge to a fold laundry. Be back later. Okay, Linda, thank you, and appreciate you being here. Hopefully we'll get to see you, and if not, just a big thank you again. for that wonderful super chat. Very, very awesome. Okay, let's get, I guess I'll leave it here for right now. Okay, I just jumped into the chat. What is the red thing on the right side? The red thing on the right side is the lava plume, the magma plume coming up from way deep underneath Iceland. And if you looked at the top of that, you've seen the island itself way up at the top. It gives you a pretty good idea of what it looks like. Lurkers' lives matter, says Amelia. There we go. All right, it's a time for the wonderful volcano report. So thank you, Sue, for sending that in. And if I am on the right one, 24th, 23rd, 24th, yeah, I've got the right one. So late Sunday's volcanic activity, 6 volcanoes. Woke up, what? Yes, but I just woke up. What is that? It's the lava plume. A lava plume is what it was, Becky. The lava plume or magma plume underneath the island of Iceland. Anyway, 6 volcanoes for our stuff yesterday. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, volcanic ash to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 1745. Ibico, Paramasur Island, Kuril Islands in Russia, has a report sent in from 1822. We'll take a look at that in a bit. And we also have a report from the Reykjanes volcano update from 1857. We'll have a look at that. Mayon, Luzon Island in the Philippines, a volcanic ash cloud, unknown height, reported at 2130. Sangay, occasional emissions to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 2145. And Suwanosejima erupted to 6,000 feet or 1,800 meters, reported at 2315. That is the 6 for yesterday. For today, we have 11 volcanoes on Monday's list. First one is Ibico, or Paramasur Island, and that is in the Kuril Islands, of course, south of the Kamchatka Peninsula. And Russia, Eruption 2, 10,000 feet, 3,000 meters, and reported at 1 a.m. Sabancaya in Peru, volcanic ash not identifiable by satellite data, reported at 2 a.m. And then continuous ash emissions to 23,000 feet or 7,000 meters, reported at 1330. Semeru, East Java, Indonesia, eruption to 14,000 feet, 4,300 meters, reported at 2 a.m. And Ubanas in Peru, continuous ash emissions to 24,000 feet, 7,300 meters, reported at 4:15 a.m. and again at 15:30. White Isle volcano in New Zealand, separate email report from 5:07. We'll also have a look at that one. Nevado del Ruiz, no volcanic ash emissions, reported at 5:30 a.m. And then volcanic ash emissions with a satellite confirmation to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters from 11:45. And Suwanosejima, again in Japan, erupted to 6,000 feet or 1,800 meters, reported at 10:15. Wow, do you think that it's a National Volcano Day today? I have no idea. Reventador in Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions to 13,000 feet or 4,000 meters, reported at 12:45. Fuego in Guatemala, occasional volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters, reported at 15:15. And Popocatépetl in Mexico, volcanic ash emissions observed by a webcam to 23,000 feet or 7,000 meters, reported at 1650. And the last one on our list is Mayon in Luzon Island, Philippines, volcanic cloud unknown height, reported at 1630. And there you go. That is our wonderful volcano report for today. That is a lot of activity. And just looking at our time, we may have enough time to sneak in those other things. Let me see if I can find the right screen that I want to go to. Where is this? Okay, let's leave our volcano for a minute. Let's take a look at some stuff over on. Let's not look at this one. Let's look at. What happened? Somehow, some way, my earthquakes are no longer on that channel. Oh my God! It broke, and I gotta fix it. But we have the know-how. We can do that. A quick fix. And we'll get that on there. Alright, we'll fix it. And, almost. Let's fix that up. Okay, whoop. And there we go. And that'll work. And there we go. Today's earthquakes in Iceland, 82 now. It just changed. And we're not going to hit everything here today. Just want to point out some of the ones that are a little bit more sizable. We got a 2.6 up here, 7.8 kilometers down from 2118. 2.1, 9.3 clicks down, 2034. 1.8, 5.9 kilometers down, 2119. And a 2.1 from 18.3 kilometers down from 2035. And then they get a little smaller. We got a 1.76 clicks down, 1841, 6.2 clicks down actually. Interesting, we do have this one here. That is at Bardabunga, and that is from, it's a 2.1 from 14.5 kilometers down, very deep at 1249. So interesting to see that. And those good people that were enjoying Catlab today, we had a 0.2, 2.7 kilometers down, 1425, 1.1 clicks down from 3:55 a.m. and a 0.81, 135 meters down, likely ice movement, 2:26 this morning. And that is a Catlab right there. And then, of course, we go over here to Eyjafjallajökull. And they had a 0.4, 0.8 of a kilometer down at 2200, and that is interesting. And this is Hekla up here. They only had a 0.1, 8.1 kilometers down. We see that from 6:21 a.m. And then we'll leave a lot of the other ones. We are still seeing this swarming going on up north here. And just a quick peek to see some of the depths. This is 4 kilometers down, 1, and this is 5.5 clicks down for a 0.5, just about 5 clicks down for a 0.8, 5.4 for a 0.8, and 3.4 for a 0.4. This one is 1.1 clicks down, a little shallower, a 0.6. The other ones here, 2.2 clicks down at 1, or just about a magnitude 1, a 0.9. 1.3, 6.4 clicks down, 0.4, 4.4 clicks down, that kind of thing, 0.5, 5.3 clicks down, and 7.5 kilometers down. This one over here, 2.3 kilometers down for 0.7. 4 kilometers down for that, a 0.4. I don't think anything is going to erupt over there just yet. Leaving that be. Want to take a look at our wonderful Frankenfeld area that is, of course, outlined by this line here. and that is where we are within here. And we do see a couple quakes, small ones. That is up by Kalir, 0.9, 3.3 kilometers down for at 3 a.m. And this one here is 0.14, 2.6 kilometers down, 3:05 this morning. Our eruption is right here, so these are the closest quakes that we're going to see right now. This one would be right in line with that fissure, and that is always interesting. Then these ones a little further out, very shallow, 250 meters down for a 0.41. The other one is 135 meters down, a 0.14, and the other one is a 0.35, 3.3 kilometers down. This is interesting. Is it a possibility that we'll have another popping eruption over here? I don't know, but that could be all along that same wonderful fissure line, and we may see it. This, of course, is where Ragnar is. That's Siggy's fissure, and then we've got Meridalia here, and of course Rebbe is right about here, and that lava is basically flown into the area here in that general region. So that is kind of what we had. We did have that 3D map on there yesterday where you could see the lava flow, but again, it wasn't right up to date, so we're okay with that too. And down on the Reagan's Peninsula itself, we are seeing some. We had that camera view from the lighthouse area. Of course, the camera is located around there, and it was looking at over at the plume coming out of that gas geyser or steam geyser right there, and then of course the power plant on the other side with all those other little vents. And we were seeing the other steaming area somewhere right in here, which is pretty cool to be able to observe. Anyway, that is kind of it for Iceland there. We got a 0.92 there, 6.3 clicks down, 213 this morning, 1.4, 5.1 clicks down, 2020 is the time on it. And there's a bunch of smaller ones in here, so we're not going to go through all of them, but you are welcome to have a look to get this map. Of course, type in earthquake 3, which Sue had done already, which is already good. But anyway, that is what we got there. There's the other maps as well. If you type in just earthquake, you get a different link for another map, or earthquake 2 is again a separate or different map, and they are all worthwhile having a look at or working with, and you guys are welcome to go after them. So earthquake 2 and earthquake 3, very nice to have those, so definitely helps out with the earthquakes. Okay, let's we've done the volcano report. We've done the quakes for Iceland. Typically what we go after is we look at some of the harmonic tremors, but because the fragile field sensor is not installed anymore, it's been removed for the time being. I don't believe they've found a new location for it yet, so I'm not going to bother doing a heck of a lot with that. Let's see if I can even find it. Actually, let's leave it right there. We're going to just refresh that. That is the one for Krusevik, and that should come back on the screen. No, it didn't. Anyway, it looks pretty steady as she goes from what we've got going on there. Our magmatic line holding pretty solid, about the same level as yesterday. Same thing with our tectonic as well as our seismicity. So steady as she goes, and that's what we're looking for a long-term eruption. Let's take a look at the one real quick for our wonderful Grindavik and see if that is holding its own value as well. And pretty much it. We do see that spike that they had there around midnight. I wonder what earthquake that was. But you could see our magmatic seismicity and our tectonic levels are pretty much the same as the latter half of yesterday. So trucking away pretty good, as steady as she goes, and that is what we always hope for. And of course, I'm hoping when I scroll up that we'll see Eruption, but there it is, a blank slate. That sensor is not installed. And the only other one we can look at here that I'm interested in is Askia. And Askia is right there. We do see it being fairly steady too, as far as our magmatic going across, kind of taking a little bit of a dip at the end of the day. And it looks like we had a build-up in the green color here, seismicity, as well as a little bit of an increase in tectonic activity with some extra quakes in there. So nothing really crazy going on there. So what the closest now, I think, rumble chart. Okay, it's a Pepsi time. It is a Pepsi time. Let me put this back to where I want it to be, and that is on a blank chart. I want it. I want the sensor back. Okay, let's throw you back into, well, I'm not going to physically throw you in, but I am certainly going to pop it in there. While this is playing, I'm going to load up the other reports, and we'll hit those after the break, and that is the ones that we want to take a look at. And then we'll go from there. We'll see what else we can throw in here. In the meantime, play nice in the lava. It is a gorgeous sight. And of course, we'll leave it on this one this time around. Last time I think I had it on the split screens. So pretty cool. Anyway, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, and here's some music. I'll be back. Thanks. we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thanks for sticking around and having a wonderful look. And yep, you're right, Arizona Snowman. Siggy will fix it. And good night, my beautiful lava family from Barbara Dinkle, a storm chaser, Dutch weather. Good night, Barbara. You take care of yourself, and thank you for the welcome back, Sue. And I hear you, Dr. Rebby 2000, from Sharon Stewart. Thanks, Sharon. All right, so we wanted to go take a look at some of those other reports that we had from other places. So let's have a look and see what we got. And hopefully that'll work. All right, this one is from Ibico, Volcano Paramashir Island. And that is in the Kuril Islands, of course. That is just south of the Kamchatka Peninsula. It says spectacular eruption formed dark masses of tephra. And there's the shot for today. Dark masses of tephra spewing from Ibico volcano during the eruption, or explosion, actually. That is pretty awesome. And that is not a bad picture. I like that. And you can see in that photo the plumes of ash and stuff that's already falling back down to the ground as it gets out of the central column that's pushing it up, and you can see it dropping. And look at that material being raised up there. That is just full of chunks. Chunky. You'll want to eat it with a fork. Wow, that is awesome. And do they have other shots? Unrelated stuff, so we'll leave that alone. Anyway, that is the shot of the day. And it says the explosive eruption at the volcano continues at moderate levels. From time to time, sporadic, forceful eruptions may occur from the volcano's summit crater, as visible in the attached photo, as a spectacular easterly, what is it, dissipating, yeah, easterly dissipating voluminous ash-rich plume. Boy, they use some weird words in here. Could be seen rising several dozen hundred meters above the vent. Heavy fall of dark masses, including black lapalli and bombs. Yeah, we do see that, and it's distinguishable in the video landing onto the crater rim. Okay, we'll have a look at that. Ibico is one of the world's most active volcanoes in the Kuril Islands, located in the northern Paramashir Island, south of Kamchatka. Let's take a look at this little video here and see what it is doing. We'll have to cut the volume, but we'll take a look and see. Yeah, that is the eruption. Maybe we can. Sorry. No, they're talking. I can't. But you can see the. As soon as we got people talking in there, there's going to be issues with copyright. So we don't want to do that. I'm going to replay it again, though. Unfortunately, I can't make that full screen because of, again, copyright issues. But let's paste that in there if you want to go see that on your own. This is the link that you guys can go have a look at it at. And that is a lot of material being ejected. And it's being very forceful when it comes out of there, too. So maybe we'll play it one more time. There you can see it. And wow, you know, just pushing that tephra up and out of that hole. That is Ibico on Paramashir Island, and that of course is in the Russian territory, so south of the Kamchatka Peninsula. Pretty awesome, and I don't think this guy fixing things is a part of the equation. Alright, so thank you for that one, and let's go to the next report. This is a place called the Reykjans Volcano Update. Impressive dome-shaped fountains in a lava pond. Alright, so yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen this one before. Where is that? I'm kidding. Of course we know where that is. A beautiful looking Rebbe and yesterday's shot. So gotta like that. That is always awesome. Here's another little video, I guess, of that going on. Oh, cauldron of boiling lava in the spatter cone. Yep. We have seen something like this before, I think. I'm surprised that they've got a little bit of that going on. That is from yesterday, of course, and as you can see, from 1756. And we'll leave that. They've got it looped, so the activity remains steady. The spatter cone is still nearly fulfilled of boiling lava. Well, it did break this morning, but this is from yesterday, so producing a constant dome-shaped bursting lava fountains. Many plastic lava fragments continue to be ejected by landing and or falling off the main crater rim. This reflects the ongoing drain back. Stable conditions suggest a delicate equilibrium between the heat and magma supply and loss. Through cooling and mild emissions during degassing. Both fountaining and the lava flows continue to feed the main lava field below. And we already seen that. So that is pretty cool. Let's leave that one be. We'll get to our next one. And this one is a White Isle Volcano, New Zealand. Minor steam and gas emissions continue. And there we can see what's going on there. This is active fumarolic vents emit White Island, emit at White Island Volcano the 18th of July. So that's already 6 days ago, but hey, that is giving us a pretty good idea of what's going on there. We do still have a very acidic lake down there, and of course that is a dangerous volcano. You don't want to be anywhere near it because it could blow at any point in time without much warning. What else we got there? That is somewhere else. Okay, that is a fishing village. I'm happy. The most recent observation flight confirmed the gases and steam leaking from the same vents as usual, with a similar discharge rate at low levels. The gas, what about the gas temperature? A drop, half a drop temperature decline has been registered. In March the values were 240 C, whilst the latest investigations say it's 120 C. And no ash emissions nor eruptive activity has been observed from the vent. So we'll leave that one be. That is our wonderful White Isle Volcano north of New Zealand. Hopefully everyone will take care and due caution. We saw more SO2 a day or two ago coming from White Island. Yes, we did. We did look at that. And the next one is from Thomas P. Now there's a lot of reading going on in this one. So what we will do is copy and paste that into the chat, and you guys can go read that one on your own. Basically it says this is the gas pollution forecast, distribution model and registration from the registration form for gas pollution. Anyway, it's giving you some ideas of what it'll look like at levels 6 hours later, and let's see, a 24-hour impact, just so you can see where the gases are going, and that gives you a pretty good idea. And remember what we were talking about, that we see gases over at Katla. There's a Katla there, and you can see where that material has gone. So Litty Hurter is doing its thing, and here's the 24-hour model. So pretty awesome. So yeah, fairly heavy gas areas there, and you guys can always go and change those things yourself, and you can see what's happening there as time progresses. You can shift this around and work with it. So that was the link that I dropped in there. Thanks, Thomas, for throwing that in, and that'll be good for those people who are interested in looking at what's happening there on the Reykjanes and in Iceland in general for gas pollution. So let's get back to our polluter, and we'll see how it is doing now. And it looks to be just chugging along, mighty fine looking volcano. And of course it's rebuilt most of that area in the back. We know that lava level being quite high now. Plus what I mentioned earlier about the backside of the volcano being when it broke this morning, it wasn't broke down all the way down to the base. It just took out a chunk out of the top layers. So that hole in the back has patched itself up somewhat, and the caldera, of course, is continuing to be filled with lots and lots of lovely lava. That is just the way we like it. So very cool to see that. Just looking at what we've got for a time, I think what we'll do is we'll save doing earthquakes, and well, we can maybe do earthquakes really quickly. Let's see if we can get at the earthquakes for today. We'll get that out of the way, and I don't think there's that many quakes around that we need to worry about it. So let's get our earthquakes. And that is not an earthquake map. That looks more like Fuego. Let's try to get us an earthquake map. And we'll do that. As I said, we had the breakup this morning with the computer crashing, so this is all a rebuild for me as we proceed. So trying to get it back to where we had it. The worst part is I got to do this all again, because apparently this morning it crashed and didn't update a darn thing, and now it wants more updates again. It's a never-ending battle. Anyway, looking at what we've got, a real quick look around the world to see what we got earthquake-wise. We'll actually start out here in the Coral Islands. We do see a new one, a 4.9, and that is not quite at Ibico, and that is a little further out. Ibico is here, up here, and the earthquake is down here, so I don't think that'll affect it. A 4.9 from today, 1936, 10 clicks down for that guy. And sliding over, and we do see a couple more quakes over here near Shishaldin and Pavlov and those guys. A 3.7 from 1444, 46.9, or just about 47 kilometers down. and a 4.5. That is 56 kilometers south of Sand Point, Alaska, and that came in at 6:04 a.m. 42.7 kilometers down. There we go. And that will maybe shake Sheldon up a little bit more. We'll see what happens. Sliding down the coast real quick, we don't see too much. I see a couple of little tiny ones here on the one, the Fuca plate, 2.8 and a 2.6. Not going to worry about them. Those are one's today's, the other one was yesterday's. I'm not going to worry about those. Carrying on, going down here, we see a couple more off of El Salvador in that hotspot, and that is a 4.2 from yesterday, 22:41. The other one was a 4.1 from 53 minutes after midnight, 60.7 kilometers down for that. Looking at South America real quick, Chile Argentina, very close. Anyway, at that region. 4.3, 1608 is at the time, 111.3 clicks down for that guy. The other one is definitely Chile, 4.9, and that is from 2:24 a.m., 3.3 kilometers down. Looking down here, South Sandwich Islands, we don't see anything new there. Let's go over here, and New Zealand, this is right near Christchurch right there. And this is on the outskirts, 3.2, and that was yesterday's from 23:43, 16.7 kilometers down, and that's not that big of a quake, but I do want to remind everyone, if they get large enough quake, the land that it's on, this is basically, if it shakes too much, we're going to see liquefaction happening. And you'll see things sinking out of sight. That's a scary thought. Moving up a little bit more, we don't see too much along the Kamchatka Peninsula, or not the Kamchatka Peninsula, the Kermadec Ridge. How about that one? That'll work. But we do see this little mess here, and that is a 5 in the Fiji area. 6.0 is one of them from 2049 yesterday, 546 kilometers down. And we've got this guy, 5.0. Yesterday's at 2302, 551 kilometers down. Another 5.0 from 2301, 550 clicks down. And a 4.5 from 702 this morning, 565.9 kilometers down, and 4.7 yesterday's as well at 2056 and 554 kilometers down. So all of a sudden, one spot is just going crazy. Something obviously changed way down inside, and looks like near Luotalak we have this guy, and that is eastern Indonesia, Timor-Leste area, 5.5 from 1825. 88.6 kilometers down. We do have this one here, bottom end of the Philippines, 4.4 from 1126, 478.5 kilometers down for that 4.4. And while we're going up here, we do see this one in Myanmar, 4.4 there as well. 1414 was the time on it, 105.7 kilometers down. Looking at Japan, we do see one that happened in just about in Tokyo. Tokyo is right here. So this one is just to the north of Tokyo. Why am I getting funny little glitches on there? Anyway, that is right there. 4.4 happened from 2202 yesterday. 81 kilometers down for that guy. Then there was another one up here, 4.4. Near the east coast of Honshu, Japan, 37 minutes after midnight, 70.6 kilometers down for that. And it is a Pepsi time. I'm going to finish this real quick. I don't see anything else further south. Actually, that is it for a quake. So we got the one in Myanmar. We aren't seeing anything new anywhere else. Nothing up top, nothing down below. So the big area, of course, in question right now is what's going on in the Fijian waters. Fiji there, this area, of course, over here is, what is that, those islands? They are, oh, darn it, I forgot the name now. I hate when that happens. And the, I was going to say Corel, it's a Kermadec Ridge. Come on, I think about it there, Doc. Anyway, near Tonga, that is basically it there. And let's leave it as that. Let's get back to our wonderful volcano. See if it's done anything in the meantime. The lava flows have changed again when we went away. The massive spillage that we had here is now reappeared down here somehow magically. That is pretty awesome. Still love seeing that flow come out of that one lava tube. Here's the other lava tube, and that's got to be coming off the volcano here somewhere. I don't know where exactly that tube is, but yeah, somewhere right down here. Maybe that's where this is draining into this. Who knows? And of course, this one, I'm figuring this is coming up from over here somewhere. And that is continuing to flow since it's doing its thing. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for me to take a break. After the break, we will have a look at our SO2 report or map and see what it is doing. A quick peek at our multi-shot just to see. And it is looking pretty lavely, you guys. And that is gorgeous. I like having a multi-shot like that. Let's put it back to the other one though, and I'll leave it right there. Here's some music. Pardon me. For those good people who are here, if you haven't hit that like button yet, please give it a quick bump. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, here's that music, and I'll be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes after my break. Thanks. And there we go. We got the microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And of course, we're continuing to watch our wonderful Rebbe volcano. Thank you, Sue, for the welcome back. And I hear you, Dr. Fox. Oh, sorry, Dr. Rebbe 2000. And that is awesome. Thank you. And let's see. Valley Girl says, "Hey, wow, coincidence. Cool. Yeah, Doc's in the house. So basically, the earthquakes. Basically, the earthquakes and seismic shift are strong enough to cause a cracking in the lava and make the lava appear in all kinds of places." Well, actually, not really. What happens is when that lava cools, of course, some areas cool quicker than others. Some of that lava is a little bit more runny in some areas than others. What happens is you'll get some crust cooling over top of the lava. It solidifies a little bit. The lava pours out from underneath it, leaving a tube behind. The next time we get a little bit of a flow or spatter over top of it, it ends up building that area up, and we continue to have that empty tube, and all of a sudden the lava will find a way through and spot that empty tube and say, hey, I can go down this path, it's easier, and we will end up with an outbreak, as what we were seeing here as well as over here. And of course these guys over here, those are all caused by lava tubes. And that is pretty awesome to see. This stuff here and the background, that's residual material that's cooling from this morning's outpouring, and it may be getting fed a little bit underneath there as well, and has cooled off. But you can see beautiful little vents forming along the newly formed lava river down here from that lava tube, I should say. Yeah, and I figured that one is somewhere in here, goes up a little bit and goes back to about this area and is being fed from over here, except for we don't see that anymore. It's all covered up now. And as you can see, the volcano itself is continuing to throw out spattering lava, and it being effusive, it will land and just kind of build up the size of that cone. Now you're going to have some bubbles underneath there and stuff, so that will obviously keep it a little bit on the weak side, but that is what we've got happening. So pretty awesome to see that. For those who are joining and don't know where this is in Iceland. This is in the northern end of the Fjöll system. And of course the volcano called Rebbe, the fissure is called Kobbi, and it's kind of just right beside or to the northeastern side of Liti Hutter, there just south of Kalir, the volcano. So pretty cool, and that is on the Reykjanes Peninsula in Iceland. And let's leave on that though, and we will go, let's see, where shall we go? We shall go look at an SO2 map and see. It looks like I may have to fix that one as well. Yep, I do. And today is fix it as we go. So at least you've got some lava on the screen while we're fixing it. And this won't take too long to fix. There we've got a map, and we pull that there. Hang on, we can do some magic straightening here, and there we go. That fits a little better. All right, so looking at that wonderful map, we can get rid of that old one underneath, and that doesn't do us any good. There we go. And I gotta get rid of that as well. There. Alright, so looking at what we've got, we have a very heavy plume sitting up here. And I don't know if that was a remnant from our Kamchatka Peninsula or not. Because you can see from the Kamchatka, most of everything in here is kind of circulating around and ending up in the Barents Sea, separate from this. So I'm wondering if that might be from over here somewhere. And anyone know any volcanoes over here? Anyway, this would be from Shivalish, Karinsk, no, what is it? Klyashevskoy, Karinsky, Klyashevskoy, and Shivalish up on the top. So that would be those three, and then this one down here, of course, that is caused by Ibico, and Ibico is having some fine eruptions as well. And let's see, as we go through here, we do see large plume off this area. And I'm wondering if some of that might not be from there when it off-gassed and it went up north. So pretty cool. Looking at the BC, not bad. Alberta, pretty, I guess, heavy for right now. My air purifier is helping out with some of that SO2 in the air. I think it's helping a little. Still some hot spots up there in Northwest Territories. Of course, some of those fires up there are still burning pretty hard and heavy. And of course, Ontario not looking so bad, and Eastern Canada looking really good for the most part. Southeastern United States, well, Eastern United States in general, heavy population. We do see places like Kentucky, Ohio, Pittsburgh, and West Virginia, pretty heavy levels in there. The rest seem to be relatively okay. And we see North Dakota getting covered, portions of South Dakota as well, with some of that stuff that is being blown back down. That could be actually coming up and back down, but some of that be some smoke in there from the Alberta fires, as well as stuff coming up through Alberta from the U.S. side here in Idaho and Montana. They do have some fires as well, but not that much. And California not looking too good. While we're here, let's have a quick look at Hawaii. Looks like Oahu's not bad, but the Big Island has a little bit of a plume coming out of it, and a little bit of a gas coming from Hawaii. I hate to say it, but we might have some gas in Hawaii. Anyway, Mexico City, Popocatépetl working together to create this lovely mess here, and sliding down South American from Central American areas. Pretty normal for all of these guys here, so I'm not going to worry about those. Going down here, Sabancaya still a little bit active, and then of course in Chile we've got volcanoes and lots of industry. Southern part though's got a big storm, so it's washing it all out of the air. And I'm looking at that other snake there. And the southern portions of Africa, we'll get to that. White Isle volcano continuing to do its activity, so the off-gassing is pretty much normal to a little bit more moderate, if you will. We are still seeing stuff from the oil refineries there near Melbourne, the coking plants near Sydney, and pardon me, kind of wondering what we got going on here. Looks like the circulation here is drawing down some of that stuff out of Vanuatu and delivering it over here to, well, it's going around Fiji. Most of Fiji's okay, but it's getting over into Tofua's area, and of course Tofua putting out some SO2 as well. Going into Papua New Guinea, pretty normal there, heavy, fairly heavy from those volcanoes. And then again in Indonesia, we have Lotolak there, and of course Semeru would be making this plume. This plume is very likely from Merapi, and of course Merapi. Plus, you got to remember there's a lot of people living here, so they do have a lot of SO2 coming there. And it looks like most of this plume is likely from Jakarta rather than coming up from Krakatau. So Krakatau, I'm sure, has its value there, but you can see that plume is mostly from Jakarta, so very heavy population there. And that's what we've got. The other portions of Sumatra, not bad. Ibu and Dakono, not that much stuff going on there. And we see that storm or a circulation just off of the main island of Luzon there in the Philippines. And not seeing a heck of a lot from our Mayon because it's all being drawn into that circulation, and it's also working on trying to get the stuff that's coming from Taal volcano. Actually, Taal doesn't look like it's got that heavy of a plume. Most of it is coming from Manila and the very heavily populated areas, but that's okay. I'll leave that there. Taiwan, fairly heavy today. Hong Kong looks pretty nasty as well. And going up here into Japan, this one would be from Suwanoshijima. You can see quite a bit of a plume there. And then looking at what we've got coming from Sakurajima, it's not as heavy as yesterday, but still very prominent, and we can see that. And surprisingly, ASO is continuing to put out a lot of SO2, and that is all from ASO. And that is interesting. I'm wondering if it's getting ready to do something. Moving up here a little bit, there's Tokyo, of course. You can see its own SO2 in the heavy population, but this one up here is made by Sama. And Sama is putting out a fair amount of SO2. Looks like China's pretty normal for today. A little easier there in India for SO2. That's not so bad. And what I was kind of looking at earlier was this snake, and that of course is coming from South Africa, and I guess the wind currents got it and pulled it out and pushed it back in. So right in that circulation, creating kind of a neat pattern, a big snake or a worm, an SO2 worm. We have an SO2 worm. All right. And of course, Democratic Republic of the Congo still doing its thing with those two volcanoes and some coking plants, and still unable to see where Eruption is. It would be right in this region. This heavy pollution coming from Saudi Arabia and other countries is kind of diminishing our visibility of that. And of course, we have the oil refineries causing those heavy areas. Looks like Kuwait is not that bad today, but Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and possibly the edges of Iran here are producing a little bit of that SO2. And we expect some SO2 around these areas, very hot and very dry. Roads, of course, having a bunch of fires and the evacuations that happen. I don't know if they actually show something there. It does look like that might be a beach shot. I don't think that is anything of a fire. This one over here, yeah, I don't see any fires happening there right now, but they may have one of these other views that does see some of the fire stuff, like this one in the distance. Nah, that'd be somebody else's lights off in the distance. Anyway, that's on the island of Rhodes, and of course our wonderful Piggy she lives on Kos, which is this island. So Rhodes here, Kos there. Kos has not been affected by those fires as of yet. And going over here, we see, and there's our Mount Etna, and we do see that plume going out into the Mediterranean, and of course it's being recirculated here, so it's sticking around because there is no rain to wash it out of the air. We're going to see it kind of circulate for a while, but that is being caused by mostly by Mount Etna, and then I'm sure we're still getting some from Stromboli, and likely a little bit of gas from Volcano. Rest of Europe looks not bad, and that is all the way up here, looking really good. And of course, looking at Iceland, and we definitely don't see the high-level plumes coming out of here that we see in other places. But the gases, as we showed earlier, and thanks to Thomas, the gases are there and causing some issues for people in Iceland. And hopefully they'll get a little bit more of a breeze and get it to push it away, so they don't have to put up with it, and get it out there. Maybe a little bit of rain to wash it out of the air might be useful as well. Alex was saying acid rain earlier. That always is a possibility when you have high SO2 levels, and we'll see what happens. Anyway, let's go back to the volcano before it changes too much again, and we want to see what is going on. Of course, it has changed. We do see this has gotten a glow on it again. Our little guy down here kind of died out. This looks like it might be slowing a bit. We are still seeing lava falling off of that guy, and I don't know, have these gotten brighter? Maybe we've got a little bit of flow there. The volcano certainly is looking mighty hot. Lots of tephra and spatter that's landed on the outside is not cooling off very quickly, and that is usually an indicator you've got a very, very hot material in the top of that cone, that lava is kind of heating up. The liquid lava is heating up the stiff lava up there. So pretty awesome. No serious amount of rain in the charts for this week. On Wednesday, we'll get easterly flow, so gas should be blown out to sea. Okay, awesome. And hopefully that will happen and help with the breathing situation there, Thomas. That would be awesome, because we don't want to see anyone having any issues there or anywhere, really. I mean, it is difficult to deal with at the best of times. So, hey, it is what it is, and not much we can do about it. Okay, let's go around and look at some of the other camera views. This one, of course, from Rouv, looking at a little bit of that area there where we ended up getting all the outflow. That would have been over here, that new flow. And some of that in the back there still glowing quite nicely, but it looks like most of this has cooled down already. We're not seeing any glow. We do see this stuff here still pushing forward a little bit, so that I'm sure it's going to fill up, because we know that there's kind of a higher ridge here. It's going to push all the way out to that ridge and build up a little bit. Then it'll likely disperse both north and south if it keeps coming and pushing that way. Let's take a look at the next one. Let me see where that is. And that should be, let's see, we'll turn that one on. How about this? Right there. Okay, that's the one I wanted. And that's the, I do believe that's from Vizar. You can see a little bit further to the back of the volcano back here, but that is where it was spattering out and doing its thing. Hopefully it will be patching itself up the rest of the way and keeping the bowl full. That's what we want to see. And of course here, ooh, that was a nice plume. And that is one of the other shots. Of course, you're seeing slightly different angles of this. This is more from the southeast looking at the crater. And still a lot of spatter coming out of there. And of course, that spatter, every time that stuff lands, just adds a little bit more material to the cone and strengthens it as it cools. So pretty awesome. And let's get back to this one and continue to watch our wonderful lava flow. And I think I am getting ready. I should have had a break, but I'm going to get ready to go actually wrap it up for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So that is pretty much it. We will, of course, leave this stream running, and I will be switching stuff here and there all evening long, as usual. And hopefully we won't get any major issues with the computer where I have to restart again and try to rebuild it again. That's always hard when you got all your scenes. The problem that comes up is when you're doing screen grabs. If your screens aren't in the same order as they were before, you have difficulties with it, and it's kind of hard. Well, you can't move the screens in the browser. You can if you have one single window, but you can't move the windows around. That's the problem. So it's kind of what we have to deal with. Anyway, that's when it goes down. So sometimes I get lucky, I don't have to change too many. Sometimes I have to change all of them. And that's the way it works. Anyway, beautiful views though, and I gotta love this, and especially if we zoom in on that crater a little bit, you can see the height of the lava level in there, and of course it continues to spatter out and build up the height of that cone. So very, very cool. Anyway, like I said, I'm going to wrap it up for tonight. I still want to get out there and put some bunny water out since, well, the bunnies aren't getting that much of it. Most of the other animals are though, so got to deal with that yet, and a few other things. I'm not looking forward to the mosquitoes. It doesn't matter what time I go out. That grassy area there seems to be just filled with mosquitoes. Last time I only got about 4 bites, which is better than the 16 or 17 I got the time before. So hopefully they won't get me too much. Anyway, a big thank you first off to all of our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, and Sue, and Siggy, and Yvonne Kunkel, and CND Boy, and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. And Sue, thank you for the volcano reports. And Sue, of course, in here, doing her thing. Thank you, and I really do appreciate your wonderful help all the time. And I know it does take a little bit, so thank you. Okay. Anyway, on those notes, also want to say a thank you to our super chatters and gift givers for today. And thank you to our wonderful Grandma B, and Linda Schoof, and Sharon Stewart, and Dinkle Storm Chaser, Dutch Weather, Barbara. Thank you very kindly for your super chats. And thank you, Barbara, also for gifting one membership, as well as thank you, Kevin Haynes, for gifting one membership. Really awesome. I do appreciate that wonderful support. And thank you, everyone, for being on board. And glad to have all of you here. And just remember, just because I'm finished doesn't mean you have to leave. You can certainly stay and watch the stream. I will be resetting it later tonight. I didn't do that last night, but I will be tonight because I want to be able to set it a little bit later before I leave for work tomorrow. And that time, of course, helps us out a little bit with the evening stream. Otherwise, I end up having to reset it too early, unless, exactly that. I don't want to have to do it 3 times a day, so if we can do it twice, do it 3 times on one day, and then have about 4 days or so without having to do that. That is kind of why I do it. Because it only saves 12 hours of the stream maximum on YouTube. So since we're running basically 24/7, we're trying to capture it all. Anyway, that's it for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, everyone, again for being here. And I hope you all take care of yourselves. Have wonderful, lovely dreams. And I'm only going to add one more thing. Please, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow, and good night. Oink, oink.
you